We are live from Travelers Rest, South Carolina. Yep. About 1,000 feet, 1,100 feet, all snow so far. Good morning. Woo! Just woke up, overslept a little bit. But we are dominating right during the peak of the storm. Looks like about 4 inches so far here in Travelers Rest, but starting to see some signs already. Maybe that we're starting to mix in and maybe start to change over to a mixed precipitation. Flake sizes are getting up a little bit, increasing. Might be starting to mix over. That warm nose could be coming in aloft. Pretty heavy though, pretty heavy snow. Dominator 4 just plowing through it easily, but that's because I've got good snow tires on this thing. Beautiful snow, wet snowfall sticking to everything. Just fantastic out here. Incredible snowfall. Got a couple of decisions to make here. Do I work the ice or just stay with the snow? Maybe I do a little bit of both. Start off in the low country, work some of the snow, maybe head up into the higher terrain and sample some of that as well. The roads here just are not really built to handle snow like this. No shoulders, sloping off into the ditches on either side. It's really easy to get yourself in trouble out here in the southern U.S. with snowstorms. You just slide right off into the ditch. Game over. So I do think that the threat of big wind is coming in here as well, even though a majority of those winds are just above the ground in that warm conveyor belt. With an increase in wind is going to come those power outages. I mean, everything is just caked on these trees. Look at that big heavy snow caked on everything, power lines. So I mean, we're going to have some big problems coming up here. Yes. Yeah, I'm trying to decide now, do I head up towards Charlotte, kind of work the I-20 corridor from Greenville up to Charlotte? Maybe I head north up into the North Carolina mountains to sample some of that snow. Or do I hang down here and then wait for that change over to ice? Big ice accumulations are going to be happening. I'm leaning toward covering it all, covering the snow, covering the ice, focusing more on the South Carolina side of things. Gotta shoot an as live coming up here in Traveler's Rest. Just woke up, getting my coffee's kicking in here. Just starting to ramp up my snow coverage. Watched a little Cobra Kai last night with my mom. Enjoyed that. Always enjoy Cobra Kai after our live Q&A. I'm going to scope out the main drag down here in Traveler's Rest just north of Greenville. Usually there's traffic jams on here. Sometimes people are struggling to get up the hill. 29. This is a good 5 inches of snow. I'm going to get out and do an official measurement. Here's the downtown. This is legitimate. Doing good. Streaming for Ryan Hall, y'all. Here on YouTube, everybody. Excited to be streaming with Ryan. How you doing, Ryan? Nice plow job there. Still snowing moderately, but not as heavy as it was earlier, which tells me that maybe that warm nose is starting to mix in aloft. Starting to intrude about 1 kilometer above the ground. That warm conveyor belt's going to be about 60 to 70 knots just above the ground. Any precipitation might also mix that snow down to the surface. Hopefully my nieces are awake to experience this beautiful snowfall. Woo! I just got to shoot a quick ass live here. There it goes. Squeak, squeak. Goes the Dominator 4. Shoot a NAS live right next to the ice. 276 sign. Shoot this ass live. I'll be right back. Stay with me. Whoa! That one got turned around a little bit. Sorry about that. Woo! Getting heavier. Flake sizes are increasing. I might turn around in here. I do have a vehicle that's pretty geared up for dominating this winter weather. Got good snow tires on Dominator 4. All-wheel drive of the Subarus, of course. Woo. Starting to get some signs that maybe it's starting to change over here a little bit. And look at that wind start to increase as well. That's going to be a big problem. All this heavy wet snow, ice that's caked on all the power lines here. That's going to be a big problem. This is the main drag through Travelers Rest here, and we're definitely starting to get that increase in wind. Look at that. Yeah, big winds happening, ripping. Yeah, pretty big wind here at Travelers Rest so far. Wow. Now the question is, do I rocket ship north a little bit up into the mountains, or do I just continue to work the snow here in upstate South Carolina? Heavy snow, definitely getting windy up here. Power outages are going to be widespread. .9 degrees being indicated by the Dominator 4. Wow, look at that wind. Just ripping out here. Glad to see that there's not very many people on the roads. Always good news. Yeah, I may just continue to sample this area down near the I-20 corridor. Just work the entire zone. Hello? Can you hear me? Should be able to hear me. Should have quick ads live again here. Can you hear me? Alrighty, we are dominating, aren't we? Hold on, let me restart the stream. Just this one. Hello everybody, this is a live update. Pretty heavy snow. Wind starting to ramp up. You're live from Travelers Rest, South Carolina, just north of Greenville. Winds starting to increase. Flake size is also increasing a little bit. All snow so far across upstate South Carolina, but that warm nose starting to push in. You gotta be kidding me, 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 you gotta be kidding me. Yeah, the wind is the big concern out here today, as that wind is starting to increase. Also, let's see if I can get him here. Hello? Hello? Hey, can you hear me? Ryan? Hello? Down near Furman University now. But yeah, it is definitely changing over. Even though it's 28 degrees down at the surface, definitely starting to see some evidence that maybe it's mixing in with a little bit of that freezing rain. Yes. Yeah, this is 276, 25 here as well. What is that? Coffee shop is not open. this is pretty wild out here. This is that warm conveyor belt. Looks like we got an issue. Hopefully they're okay. Someone may be trying to turn left. Slide off. Already getting some drifting here over the side road. Yeah, we are dominating right now. Wow. Got good snow tires in this vehicle. This is some pretty heavy snow we're getting out here. Big flakes. Flake sizes continue to increase. Got a car riding my ass that's probably going to end up in the ditch here pretty soon. Just waved him on. Oh, it says my temperature's too hot. On the phone. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, this is badass. Definitely getting some big time snow. Gotta be kidding me, too hot. Alright, we just lost my Facebook stream due to temperature. Well, we are definitely starting to increase the wind out here. The winter storm has arrived, everybody. I'm down near Furman Golf Course. Big flakes, dinner plate size flakes beginning to come down, raining down. Absolute dinner plate. Dinner plate. Rear-wheel drive vehicles everywhere just stuck out there. What the hell are these people doing? Rear-wheel drive is not good. I thought maybe we were starting to get some evidence that it was starting to change over, but the temperature is 28 degrees. Wind starting to increase. Starting to hear some rain. Listen to that, everybody. That is rain. We are changing over. Big flakes. Gigantic flakes. Starting to change over out here. Listen to that. We are beginning to change over from heavy snow to freezing rain and sleet here in Travelers Rest, South Carolina. We are about to change over from heavy snow into a freezing rain and sleet type of a mixture. You can hear it impacting the windshield. Breaking news. Changeover imminent. Just on the south side of Travelers Rest, and it is heavy precipitation. It is happening fast. Good news is that there aren't too many cars on the road. It's relatively sparse out here so far. A couple cars coming up the other direction. I'm down near the Richmond Hills area, looks like. Just past Furman University, getting a little bit closer to the Greenville area now. Looks like we gotta, there we go. Move that off to the side a little bit. Sorry for my phone, it just got too hot and then shut down. Not sure why he's flashing me, unless it's getting bad down south. Look at that wind. That wind is the big problem. See that wind ripping through the trees up there? It looks like Michigan. Big wind out here. Follow that rain snow line northward. Snow to ice is happening out here. Just a little bit of meteorology happening as that warm nose is beginning to intrude just above the ground. And that is starting to change it over to freezing rain. You can hear it. Hear that rainfall hitting the windshield. It's about to get nasty out here across the upstate South Carolina. Okay.
I like to put you on the map here so that my viewers know exactly where you
Yeah, this is big time freezing rain. Starting to accumulate on the windshield big time. Yeah, we've already had about 4 to 5 inches of snow overnight, and now it is changing over to that ice. Wind is beginning to increase. Big wind happening out here. Pretty dangerous. Pull over and I gotta shoot another ads live. Try this again. Walkie-talkie. Connecting, it says. Hey, can you hear me? There we go. Should be able to see me now. Hello, hello. I'm in Travelers Rest, South Carolina, getting a changeover from snow to ice. It is happening. Sounds good. Yeah, we're getting very heavy freezing rain mixed with snow here. Winds increasing up over 40. Expecting the power outages to happen here soon, but it is nasty out here. Barely see out of the window now. Heavy freezing rain. So as I'm heading back to the north, I'm getting a little bit closer to that snow line. Rain snow up there. Letting you pass me? That changeover, we can confirm at that line, that rain-snow line just to the south of the Furman University area, definitely changing over. Very windy out here. It's pretty nasty. Woo! Looks like we're back over again to snow as I am near Travelers Rest, South Carolina, heading on northbound on 25. And I'm back. My defrost that's on keeps overheating my phone. But we're back on the snow side of things here on 25 now. Already a bunch of cars in the ditch. Like one on the left up here too. Big problem. Stay off the roads, everybody. Another car in the ditch on the left over there. I was gonna shoot a little ass live over there, but yes, you can. It is getting slick. I can confirm that. Shoot another quickie up here. Yeah, that rain-snow line was just off to the south of me here, so I'm going to keep sampling that. Yeah, it is bad. We're starting to change over to that freezing rain. I am uploading as live to AccuWeather as well during this event. Like someone's got a tarp. Oh, they're okay. Inside. Yeah, looks like a road. Probably gonna go sample that rain snow line again. Yeah, this is about Furman University campus. Gonna go back into that freezing rain. All right, I'm gonna head back south into this action. Ouch. Oh, those big blobs, aggregates, snowflake there just hit me in the face. That's nice. Try the left option this time. Head down in toward the Greenville area. I can confirm that this rain snow line is just south of the Furman University campus. We're going to hear it again. Right now we're all snow. Big flakes, big aggregates coming down. Hey Ryan, we definitely do have this changeover happening. You can see these big aggregates coming down right now, and I go a little bit south of the Furman University campus, and then we're starting to get those super cooled rain droplets that are hitting the windshield. So I think that changeover to ice just about 5 miles south of the Furman University campus here. I'm on Highway 25.
Are you noticing any sort of accumulation yet, either in the road or on trees and stuff?
Yeah, I am noticing accumulation, rapid accumulation on my windshield a little bit as I was driving into it. It's definitely heavy precipitation once that changeover happens. But the heavy wet snow up here to the north of that line is accumulating on all the power lines, and the wind is starting to ramp up as well. So it's about to get bad out here, I think.
So what's your plan as we continue to follow your journey here? Are you going to keep going a little bit further south? Are you going to get on I-85 and go northeast? Where's your stomping grounds going to be?
Yeah, I'm headed southbound toward the Greenville area. I'm going to sample that rain snow line, freezing rain snow line, work the ice storm. I'm getting a little closer to the I-20 corridor, or I-85 corridor down to the south, and I may head a little northeast towards Charlotte, or also turn back around and head up into the mountains up near the escarpment. I think up near 3,000 feet there's probably a lot more snow as well.
Alrighty, man. Keep us updated and be careful.
Safety first. Yeah, they don't have winter tires up there. Big tires, but they're bald. So that truck could have some big problems at any time. Looks like we're back over to all snow now. So I think that warm nose was nosing in just above the ground a little bit earlier on I-25, Highway 25. Taking a look at the radar here now. Yeah, we are definitely in it right now. It looks like we're probably going to get dry slotted eventually. That heavy precipitation is starting to move into the Charlotte area. Big ice storm up there, all along Charlotte I-85 corridor. It's the I-20 corridor down there, Augusta into Columbia. You can definitely see that dry slot starting to work in from west to east. That's that dry slot right there, starting to move in. Warm conveyor belt out ahead of it. And then as that upper level low swings through the upstate South Carolina, we're going to have snow showers that are going to continue through the day today. Boy, look at this. Just because the tires are big does not mean they're effective in snow like this. And ice, especially. Yeah, we are about to get dry slotted, but it's starting to fill in that dry slot too a little bit back toward Atlanta and those areas. But look at that wind, everybody. Even some tree debris on the ground out here. Branches happening. Should be getting into that changeover once again as I'm heading off to the south a little bit. Already starting to get a little bit of a changeover. I'm down near Furman University now. Again. And it wasn't too far south of Furman. Already starting to hear that changeover from snow to ice happening now. Probably about 5 inches of snow, and now we're starting to get that ice accumulating on top, pretty close to the Furman University area here. These drivers moving very slow, which is good. They're bald tires. I'm pretty good at driving through the snow here with the Dominator 4. Very effective at cutting through this snowfall. Boy, there's some vehicles in the ditch up here on the left. Like abandoned vehicles. like those vehicles were just abandoned. Must have been as the snow began last night. And there's that changeover. So it is just to the south of Traveler's Rest. Confirmed once again the location of that changeover. Big wind moving in here, big conveyor belt. Changeover imminent again. Sleet pellets hit me in the face. That guy got out. That's good. So you can see we're flirting with that changeover right now as this conveyor belt of moisture is coming into the upstate South Carolina. I'm dropping south a little bit closer to Greenville right now. Greenville, South Carolina, just to the south. Definitely changing over to that ice as I'm moving off to the south. Getting closer to that I-85 corridor. Yeah, that upper level low still is going to swing through here. That's going to continue those big snow showers through the evening, but they're going to gradually taper off too. But this is the peak of the event right now with this warm conveyor belt just over the surface. Snowfall definitely impacting this area. Greenville, South Carolina now, heading south toward Greenville. But as that warm conveyor belt starts to increase the temperature of that warm nose just above the ground, should change over to snow, and or change over to ice, and that's what's happening right now down here near Greenville. Little branch down in the road back there. I'm on Highway 276, maybe it's 25 down here. Sounds like sleet pellets to me. There's some branches down in the road here. That's all from that wind. Look at those little branches. Start to see evidence of trees down and whatnot already. Yeah, this is freezing rain down here. I can see the liquid. A little bit of freezing rain and sleet. Abandoned vehicles all over the place here as well. Look at that vehicle in the ditch on the right. Oh yeah, we are pure freezing rain. Temperature hot again, too hot. Gonna get some coffee in here real quick. A little bit of that caffeine. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot a Naz Live here. All freezing rain down here right now in Greenville. Yeah. I'm about to, a little bit to the north. Right now we are getting hammered by this conveyor belt. Big heat moisture conveyor belt pumping up into upstate South Carolina. Looks like now that rain snow line is definitely pushing north of the Greenville area. That's my location on the north side of Greenville. I'm about to head back north toward that border, toward the North Carolina, South Carolina border, considering sampling the Hendersonville area as well, just to get an idea of what's going on. See if there's any snowfall up there. My dang phone continues to overheat. Yeah, you can hear that freezing rain coming in. I'm going to change the position of my phone here so it doesn't overheat anymore. Man, what a storm. We're about to get dry slotted, but then the dry slot is starting to fill in. There we go. Be right back. Closed. Closed due to weather. You gotta be kidding me. It's all freezing rain here right now. What is this guy doing? Just shot an ASLive for AccuWeather. Yeah. About to move a little bit here. Definitely freezing rain, not along the I-85 corridor. No, he didn't want help back there. I was wondering what that person wanted. I think they were just checking out the gas station. The gas station is closed due to weather down here. Whew. I generally dominate on all terrain, all surfaces. Because I've got these incredible tires on the Dominator 4. Hey Ryan, just an update. I'm heading a little bit south toward the I-85 corridor in Greenville, South Carolina, and we are 100% freezing rain down here. A little bit of sleet pellets mixing in, and the roads are extremely slippery out here as that freezing rain starting to accumulate on the roads. But I'm heading down toward Greenville, South Carolina, a little closer to the I-85 corridor. And then after that, I may head back north toward Hendersonville, North Carolina, and sample some of that heavy snow again and check out what's going on up there. Well, some of those exposed areas, definitely over 40 miles an hour. Those hilltops, probably up on Paris Mountain, likely gusting even stronger than that, maybe up pushing 50 up there. I did see some small branches over the road, north side of Greenville, a little bit to the north. And as I started this chase, I was already seeing all that snow caked on all the branches and the power lines. So as this wind is starting to ramp up, I imagine it's definitely leading to widespread power outages. Most of the businesses are closed here, even the gas station. So I was just trying to get some coffee at a gas station back there, and they are closed down. So definitely bad here on the north side of Greenville, pure freezing rain. Yeah, the surface temperature here in Dominator 4 is 28 degrees on board right now. So temperature just above freezing, about a kilometer or two up. But just because of the precipitation type here, super cold water falling down to the ground. But at the surface, below freezing by about 4 degrees. So well below freezing. Definitely a recipe for big problems down here in upstate South Carolina. Yep, pure freezing rain. Get a little bit closer to that I-85 corridor down here. Is that just lightning? I just saw out of the corner of my eye. I believe it might have been. That precipitation moving into Charlotte as well, that I-85 corridor. Pickens all snow off to the west in the northwestern corner of South Carolina. I'm going to demonstrate. Oh yeah, we're slipping all over the place out here, but I do have these good multi-purpose tires on the Dominator 4. These can dominate all conditions. Yeah, this is pure freezing rain, raging ice storm happening 28 degrees at the surface. We are in Greenville, the heart of Greenville, South Carolina now. Welcome to ice storm coverage, Dominator 4. Clemson, that looks like the back edge of that dry slot is starting to approach your location, but then you look upstream and look at all these echoes that are starting to fill in that dry slot across northern Georgia. So those are that band is still going to move through. That's likely going to be the last band of precipitation. A little bit of some dry area in between, but that's going to be freezing drizzle. Ice storm area down here, Greenville. Everything's closed. Definitely the interiors. Like Sphinx might be open. A little slick. It is accumulating on the street signs as well. Now watch this, I'll do a little slide when I hit the brakes. You never want to hit the brakes. But yeah, there are people inside. My goodness me. Alrighty, I'm back. I'm gonna formulate my plan. Yeah, I'm going to be heading up toward that area next. I'm going to head toward... Well, here's our plan. I'm going to drop down to 85, sample 85. See how it looks on this road here. We'll head toward Greer. Yeah, this is all freezing rain, a little bit of sleet mixed in here. I'm on the north side of Greenville. It's trying to throttle me there a little bit. Pure freezing rain, we are dominating here, ice storm coverage. A little bit worried about bumper failure right now. I have hit some of those porcupines a little bit early, up into Saskatchewan. I hit that porcupine that was about the size of a bear. There you can see some of those tree branches down. Definitely is getting slippery out here. We got that heavy snow that has laid a patch of surface that freezing rain can accumulate on, but at 28 degrees, that super cold water is adhering to everything, anything and everything out here. There's a tree down, a little bit of tree damage. Branch, what do you call it? Oh yes, we're passing the Rutherford on the right. We happen to be passing the Rutherford. I was seeing some of those willows back there that were starting to lean down. Definitely things starting to lean down under the weight of the accumulating ice and snow. There's someone in the off the side of the road. Just some bald tires out here that are having trouble getting out of the ditch. Fortunately, I don't have a tow rope on Dominator 4. I could tow all these people out with my Subaru Boo 4. I mean, they are sideways in the road right there. Right in the entrance of the neighborhood. I could push people out. I think you might have just been parked there, panicking because of the freezing rain. That tree is leaning into those lines. Thank you, Eric. Thank you guys for that super chat. I'm also a natural at driving through the winter conditions. I grew up in Michigan, up in the lake effect snow belt up there where we get greater than 100 inches of snow a year sometimes. And I've just driven into the worst snowstorms on the planet for years now, 10 years maybe. One of the worst I've ever chased was that Buffalo lake effect snow emergency back in 2014, nearly 9 feet of snow. That was a winter storm that was impossible to drive through. Tornado on the left, what the hell? I'm gonna head over to Greer, South Carolina, shoot an as live. Gizmo is still at my mom's place. I was gonna bring Gizmo and drive around out here, but she doesn't want to drive around in sleet and freezing rain. She's relaxing, went back to sleep. I gave her a treat when I woke up. Boy, the Bills sure looked good against the Patriots last night, didn't they? My goodness. Little snownado, little surge in wind that just blew by. Looks like a lot of these homes are without power. Oh no, that home has some Christmas lights on, so at least here in Greer, South Carolina, most people are keeping power. It is, the freezing rain is definitely accumulating on the windshield, on the windshield wipers. The windshield is kept warm using my defrost. Ryan, I am heading toward the Greer, South Carolina area now, right along the I-85 corridor. But look at these winds, definitely blowing out here. Warm conveyor belt getting sent all the way down to the ground, so got to be power outages. I mean, look at these winds. Look at the street signs here. The street lights are blowing in the wind, just rocking back and forth. So I'd say we are exceeding 40 miles an hour in gusts, probably pushing 50 on some of the higher exposed areas. Little twigs and branches are blowing by. But looking at a lot of the houses, I'm still seeing some Christmas lights and whatnot, so I think that so far maybe the power outages haven't happened, but look up here on this power pole, you can see those power lines just swaying in the wind. Definitely starting to ramp up here. Pure freezing rain and sleet down in Greenville, South Carolina. Heading toward Greer area right now. Never stop chasing. Woo! Yeah, my plan is to head toward Greer, and then I'll ship another ASLive to AccuWeather, and then I'm thinking about heading north toward Hendersonville. But yeah, look at the ice accumulating on the power lines, street signs, street lights, stop lights. Good coffee. Great morning for coffee here, Sunday morning. Good morning to stay off the roads. Watch the football today across the Western Carolinas. It does look like I'm starting to get some windshield wiper failure a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I could do that. It's definitely going to be starting to look for some of that freezing rain accumulation, accretion that's happening out here. So I'm going to head toward the Greer, South Carolina area, and we'll start to look for some of that ice accumulation. We are mixing with a bit of sleet here along the I-85 corridor, but definitely super cooled water impacting the windshield. I'm about 3.5 miles to the southwest of the Greer, South Carolina area. Headed eastbound, never stop chasing. Well, it's freezing rain, so it's different than a dusting because there's no snow falling right now. It's a different thermodynamic event to get this ice. So what you're seeing right now is super cooled water that's falling from the sky in the form of liquid rain, super cooled water, and anything that it hits, any object in the sub-freezing layer near the surface, it will freeze on impact and accumulate on the power lines, accumulate on the roads. "27 degrees here." We dropped a degree actually. So the depth of the robustness of this cold air right near the surface is increasing, if anything. Yeah, it's slick. I hit the brakes and I slide big time. Definitely need to account for that. Yeah, it definitely is accumulating on the windshield wipers and the side mirror. Seems like more of a sleet event out here in Greenville so far. Oh boy. Those are Dominator 4. Small branches in the road. They have to drop down, or even the Columbia area eventually to get some of that pure freezing rain. Closer to the I-20 corridor, more of that pure freezing rain falling into 30, 31. Deeper warm nose towards central South Carolina. Oh yeah, I could do a donut. If I could find an open parking lot, I'll shred a couple donuts out here. Tornado intercept imminent. Got some wind in this exposed area. Touchdown, Reed. Touchdown, Reed. Yeah, I could drive north to the North Carolina mountains and you get a little bit more snow on the ground, probably in excess of a foot, especially some of that higher terrain. Right now I'm working the ice, and then I'm going to shoot north into the North Carolina mountains and assess some of that snow. Head up toward Hendersonville. Seems like we're getting more into some sleet as I'm heading to the northeast side of Greenville out near Greer. So far this morning, we started off in heavy snow at Traveler's Rest, and then we sampled the change over to ice. Like a car in the middle here, unless they're turning somewhere. Looks like that car has just been left. Abandoned. I think a lot of this is sleet. Little news station here, cool. Yeah, that wind is a big issue. You can really hear that wind just ripping up there. Pretty impactful winter storm happening as we are getting that warm conveyor belt, low-level jet ripping just above the ground, 60 to 70 knots up there. I am on the northeast side of Greenville right now.
In 4.3 miles, turn right onto West Poinsett Street.
Yeah, mostly sleet out here so far. Gonna be looking for some of that. I'm out near Taylor's now. Oh yeah, you can start to see lane up there. Nice hill. Coming down this hill. This is gonna be intense. Hold on to your butts. Look at those people on the left going up the hill. Not too worried about losing the rubber on these windshield wipers. That won't be an issue. Yeah, I may head off to the north toward Hendersonville and sample some of that snow up in the mountains of North Carolina. Maybe go just a little bit to the north of that higher terrain up near just south of Hendersonville, near the North Carolina-South Carolina border, could also be interesting. Looks like I got a new crack on the windshield. Look at that. Wow. Right through the middle. Got a new crack in the windshield, everybody. Probably from when I was cleaning off those windshield wipers. Oh yeah, there's some pure freezing rain here. Coming in waves. Yeah, no problem on the road for Dominator 4, but if you have ball tires, I mean, these are going to be impossible to navigate. Trust me on that. There's no plows out here, so most of this is just pat down from people that have already driven on it. I do like the clean grip that my windshield wipers have on the windshield. Sorry if you guys don't like that noise, but for function purposes, it's great. See through the windshield. Yeah, let me lower this a little bit. Nice. There's everybody. Just making sure everything's okay for you to view. Good. You can see a couple of tire tracks right in the middle of the road there, veering off left and right. Oh yeah, listen to those winds. Gotta be causing power outages. Just got hit in the eyeball with a sleet pellet. Because it's the southern U.S., you just don't have as many plows in the southern U.S. because snow is a lot more infrequent down here. If snow were more frequent, then there certainly would be plows. like that noise because it means that I have a good grip, a good seal, windshield wiper to windshield. Warm conveyor belt is continuing down here. Upstate Carolina. Definitely people heeded those warnings. Not seeing very many people out on the roads out here, are you? Lion on the right. Beautiful. Full winter weather. I'll pull in here and shoot another AS live for the heck you. Pull into the Wendy's, how about? Ripping ass line here real quick. Back, considering the next move. Alright, uploading that. Let's continue to do is pickle down this road. Sharing with you the conditions as they're evolving out here. Freezing rain and sleet. Okay. Shimmy around that little exit ramp. Definitely, conditions are getting worse. Look at all these big Jeeps with big tires, big long tires. Whereas I've just got a couple of butter knives, 4 butter knives in the ground, just cutting right through these conditions. Oh, that is pure ice on the road here, sliding. Wow, very slick, very slippery. Look at that pure ice. Look at that road surface. That is pure ice. Definite pure ice happening there. Waffle House is open here in Greer, North Greenville. Yeah, 29 north, straight ahead. We can continue. Oh, that is pure ice. I hit the brakes and I slide. No chance. Remember, everybody, just because you have a pickup does not mean that you can drive through winter conditions. Just because you have four-wheel drive, it depends on the quality of the tires. You can have those bald tires with four-wheel drive and you're going to have no chance. Be careful out here. Blowing, a lot of blowing conditions out here. A lot of blowing snow. Yeah, Mickey D's is even closed, believe it or not. McDonald's is even closed. Just gonna continue on this road, head out towards Spartanburg, a little bit further east. Keep working this. get my other phone active. That's powered up again. A bit of drifting of that sleet and snow. Pure ice storm. This is Wade Hampton Boulevard here. Very slippery. Everybody thinks they're a windshield expert, don't you? Everybody's an expert. That's called old man disease when you consider yourself an expert on everything. Wade Hampton Boulevard in Greer, getting some big snow. Freezing rain, freezing rain, sleet up here in Greer. We witnessed a changeover. Oh, here comes someone barreling down this ice. Oh my god. It's gonna be an issue here. Hi everybody! Welcome to my live update. Raging ice storm impacting upstate South Carolina. Whoa. Yeah, I'm back. Lost my charger there temporarily to the live stream. Raging ice storm here, northeast side of Greenville, South Carolina. Shifted over to freezing rain and sleet. Continues to dominate out here. All sleet right here so far, so I'm going to drop a little bit south. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's all sleet here, north side of Greenville, up near the Greer area. Here's Hampton Road. May try to run up a little bit further north toward Hendersonville, scope that area out. Use up some of this freezing rain. Gotta figure out my next plan. Clear slot is moving into the location now. Looks like Charlotte. We're getting that heaviest freezing rain. There's my location pointing out to the northeast. Looks like that clear slot, dry slot's about to get us. But yeah, look at that out near Charlotte. Heavier precipitation just off to the east. There's my location, upstate South Carolina, pointing off to the northeast on I-85. Charlotte getting blasted by that warm conveyor belt now. Warm conveyor belt hammering that area. All snow up in the mountains of North Carolina. I am considering heading up to Hendersonville to scope out some of that snowfall up in the mountains. Wind is also an issue out here, creating a lot of those power outages. As that heavy snow and ice is accumulating on power lines. Ice storm also impacting the I-20 corridor down near Columbia, South Carolina. Areas off to the south. Look at all those tracks through the middle of the road. I saw a lot of vehicles that were abandoned up near Travelers Rest. Boy, I've seen some really bad ice storms out in the southern plains. Oklahoma had a couple inches of ice, 2 to 3 inches of ice, freezing rain, convective freezing rain, thunder and lightning happening in it, just absolute mass chaos. This one's definitely not going to be like that, but widespread power outages. Starting to get that dry slot moving in here from west to east. Dry slot pushing in. Hey Ryan, I am now headed east toward the Spartanburg area. Temperature 26 degrees here at Dominator 4. Mostly sleet up here on the north side of Greenville. Some freezing rain mixing in so far. Some branches down as well. Winds gusting over 40 miles an hour. Looks like that dry slot is starting to move in from west to east right now. And then the snow wraparound will come in back behind it. I'm thinking about heading up toward the mountains of North Carolina to sample some of that snow, or I might drop southeast closer to Columbia to get some of that pure freezing rain. I'm coming up to a crossroads up here in Spartanburg.
Between Nashville and Hickory in North Carolina, they're going to get completely dumped on less snow, and that's a rain snow line is kind of advecting to the north. And then also, I think that the way this is kind of lining up the Charlotte area there, I think north and east on I-85, I think that's probably going to end up getting some of the higher totals as far as icing accumulation goes, just because of just because now everything is lining up right now. That low pressure is getting ready to do the pivot, and it's not going to hit up the east coast and a long duration of time. That's a dangerous spacing on I-85 there. So whatever you do, we're going to continue to follow along and continue to get us on there.
Yeah, I agree. That warm advection is maximizing up in the Carolina Piedmont, also down through the Columbia area. Definitely pure freezing rain. It looks like off to the east where you have a little bit stronger of a warm nose. But a lot of these soundings definitely look like classic sleet soundings with that little bit more subtle of a warm nose up there. Temperatures at the surface about 26, 27 degrees. Asheville off to the north, that area is in that bit of in a bowl kind of terrain-wise up near Asheville. I wonder if that higher terrain near the North Carolina, South Carolina border just south of Asheville outside of Hendersonville might be a good area to sample for that snow. But I may head a little bit east, just continue to head east towards Charlotte and continue to cover this freezing rain. Never stop chasing. Might get the bird in the air also, considering getting that bird up in the air. Thank you everybody for joining me during this ice storm coverage. I am on the northeast side of Greenville, headed eastbound. Looks like that warm advection, that conveyor belt, is starting to focus over the Charlotte area, shifting over to freezing rain and sleet off to the east. And also heavy snow continues in the mountains of western North Carolina. Some of those higher ridges outside of Hendersonville near the North Carolina, South Carolina border could be interesting. But that line continues to push north. Low-level jets, 60 to 70 knots out of the southeast, transporting that moisture and that heat over top that sub-freezing air, creating textbook conditions for an ice storm. Nothing that Dominator 4 can't handle, though. Yeah, it is all sleet here right now, and I'm thinking about punching up into the mountains of North Carolina to sample that snow, or I may head south. That's a mega church there, right? Police officer checking out those roads. Emergency vehicle. It's like a fire department. Charlotte is getting blasted right now. It's probably going to change over from sleet to that freezing rain. I do have my mom's snow shovel along with me too, just in case I do find myself in a little bit of a pickle. Yeah, don't worry about the tires on Dominator 4. They are great tires designed for these conditions. I can go through any conditions in Dominator 4. Yeah, rain snow line pushing northward through North Carolina. Does look like that dry slot is still filling in. Got these wave-like clouds. Look at that. The dry slot filling in to the east of that upper level low. That's northern Georgia back behind. Warm conveyor belt continues off to the northeast. And there you can see that clear slot starting to fill in back across northern Georgia. Bands of precipitation. I'm off to the northeast. Upstate South Carolina. May push it up toward the Charlotte area here. Trying to keep up with this for a little bit. Cover some of these conditions as we head off to the northeast towards Charlotte. Whew. Yeah, it appears that it's a lot of sleet out here. I'm about 2.6 miles from I-85. Starting to get that clear slot, that dry slot that's trying to come in from west to east, but looks like there's a lot more in abundance of precipitation that's starting to fill in that dry slot closer to the upper low. Warm conveyor belt just blasting into Charlotte right now. Sleet, freezing rain. I-85 corridor. Yeah, not very many people out. People have definitely heeded those advisories and those warnings so far. So very good news that not very many people on the roads. I slid the mount a little bit south of the crack, so that's why you're not seeing the crack in the windshield, but I do have a new crack that has developed in the windshield due to the changes in temperature, the precipitation coming down, and from getting the ice off of my windshield wipers. Yeah, I'm not as interested in just covering the absolute snowfall max with this system, just because, you know, it's 1 to a foot, foot and a half. I mean, that's awesome, but I'm more covering the ice, the rapidly changing conditions out on the road, the warm conveyor belt above the ground. I've seen a lot of big snow in my life, you know, even up to 8 or 9 feet there in Buffalo. But I may head up toward the mountains to sample some of that snow and make some measurements up there just to see how much has fallen. But in the meantime, I am heading in the general direction of Charlotte. There were some tornado warnings earlier near the Tampa area. And a lot of tornado warnings down there now, south of Tampa. Wow, isolated storms, isolated supercell storms. There's some of those warning as well. So coastal storm evolving. should have worked that area of the western Florida Peninsula for that tornado threat. Look at that, tornado warnings. Cape Coral down toward Naples. Some renegades down near the Naples area. Marco Island under that tornado warning. Cape Coral and off to the northeast. Coastal storm system with those tornadoes impacting the Florida Peninsula. Definitely some couplets here of velocity from Cape Coral and off to the northeast. That surface-based instability easily came on shore in the Florida Peninsula. We were covering this last night during the live Q&A provided exclusively for Facebook supporters. And yeah, look at that. Tornado warnings across the western Florida Peninsula. Cape Coral, down toward Naples. Numerous tornado warnings. Those warnings down near Naples and Marco Island, even though they are isolated supercell storms, I'm not seeing very strong velocity signatures with those, Naples and Marco Island. But numerous tornado warnings. Those are some of those isolated beams down near Naples and Marco Island. Not very strong rotation on that, but just the fact that they are those renegade supercells, that's why those have those tornado warnings. Some stronger velocity signatures with those embedded supercell structures further north from Cape Coral and off to the east-northeast. But that conveyor belt definitely has that tropical connection all the way down to the southwestern Florida Peninsula. Numerous tornado warnings down there. I-85 northbound. We'll sample it. Warm conveyor belt with a tropical connection happening. Those tornado warnings down in the western Florida Peninsula on the tail end of that tropical conveyor belt of heat and moisture. We're going to point the ship towards Charlotte. Get right in behind these snow plows heading up I-85. Whoa. Gotta post these tornado warnings. So these roads are slippery, a little bit greasy out here on I-85, well southwest of Charlotte. Conveyor belt continues, a little bit of a dry slot coming in from the west. 27 degrees here at Dominator 4 near Spartanburg on I-85, just southwest of Charlotte. Oh no, they're out of the westbound lane. Yeah, this is at near exit 68 on I-85 right now. I-85 business is closed at exit 3. Wow. I'm gonna have to turn. Probably not. There's the snowplows getting on the road here. This is I-85, sleet, freezing rain happening, tornado warnings down to the western Florida Peninsula. Cape Coral, another tornado warning to the northwest of Palmdale, Florida up there. So this is the main event happening right now with those tornado warnings down to the south through the western Florida Peninsula, southwestern Florida Peninsula, Cape Coral, and a couple little isolated renegades down toward Naples and Marco Island. Gonna head up toward Ave Maria eventually. I-85 northbound. Thinking about getting a quick drone shot here by 85. Maybe at the next exit under Spartanburg. Some of that freezing rain and sleet conditions. It is a little bit windy up there, but definitely getting some wind with this conveyor belt of heat and moisture lifting up over top. Could take 26 toward Asheville, 70. Yeah, I'm gonna get off here so I can work 70. Into this next exit. Oh yeah, that's definitely solid ice on I-85 right now. southwest, so I could go all the way up to Hendersonville. But I want to sample a lot of this freezing rain on I-85. Starting to get more super cooled water starting to hit the windshield, not just sleet. There's a car in the ditch back there on I-85. Wow, bridges up there moving really slow, solid ice. Yeah, solid ice out here right now. Solid ice on I-85 northbound. Definitely getting some pure freezing rain up there near Charlotte. Pure freezing rain as well. Tornado warnings down across the western Florida Peninsula, Cape Coral, down through Naples. We'll get off on exit 72 here really quick and get some drone shots of I-85 as we're starting to get that clear slot working in from west to east. Pretty dangerous conditions out here. We'll do the rest area. I'm going to stop here just a quick second and get that bird in the air. I'm in Spartanburg now, Spartanburg, South Carolina. Sleet, freezing rain mixture. The wind is definitely increasing. I agree with that. Continues to ramp up. Oh, look at that ice truck slide sideways. Snowplow. Yeah, I-85 is pretty slick. Right now it is not closed though, just icy. Yeah, I'm gonna pop into the 7-Eleven here, try to get the bird in the air, and then get back after it. May go sample the North Carolina mountains. It is time to get the bird in the air, no choice. Alright, stay tuned. Severe warning. All tornado warnings have now been allowed to expire across the western Florida peninsula. You do have a couple of these renegades down near Naples and Marco Island, but those are all severe now. The areas of rotation earlier to the northwest of Palmdale, those have also been allowed to expire. But this is that warm conveyor belt, moisture feeding all the way around up into our area up here where the ice storm continues across upstate South Carolina. There's your big warm conveyor belt blasting the Charlotte area right now with that freezing rain. There's the conveyor belt impacting Charlotte. Charlotte's getting that warm conveyor belt up and over top that shallow stable air. Looks like we have a little bit of a dry spell coming in from the west. That conveyor belt, that 60 to 7 knot low level jet maximized all the way from those earlier tornado warnings down in southwestern Florida all the way up into the upstate South Carolina, getting big snow across western North Carolina. My mom just said that there is sleet, traveler's rest, just to the north of Greenville. But look at this precipitation starting to fill in ahead of the upper low. That's that clear slot that we talk about so often. I'm going to try to get the bird in the air really quick. Stay tuned, I will be right back. Yeah, those are the windshield wipers. A little bit of ice accumulating on those wipers right now. That's the noises that you're hearing, that squeak. Definitely, we are getting freezing rain and sleet happening. I'm about to get that bird in the air and sample some of those conditions over I-85. Looks like that precipitation is also just to the southeast of the Nashville area, back toward Cookeville. Some heavier precipitation moving in. Looks like the back edge is starting to slide to the southeast of the Nashville area, though. There you can see that back edge of the precipitation pushing off to the southeast. Heavier precip focusing out over that plateau southeast of Nashville. There's that back edge starting to slide a little bit southeast of the Nashville area. That's the upper level low spinning. Starting to fill in that clear slot. Definitely getting the transfer. Look at that conveyor belt hammering up near the Charlotte area. About to get slotted in Charlotte as well. Charlotte, Rock Hill, down toward Columbia. You've got that heavy freezing rain and sleet right now. So it is time to get the bird in the air. Bird in the air. It is windy. It might be even too windy for the bird. I've already wanted the windshield wipers off. See what happens. Bird is secure. Successful flight. Another successful flight. Another band coming into upstate South Carolina too. Look at the surface map. It's like sleet in Charlotte right now, 26 and sleet. Colder temperatures off to the north. Heavy snow across the mountains of western North Carolina as well. It's like a broken knob. Back up into northern Georgia, freezing rain across northeastern Georgia with that precipitation expanding across the area. They head north toward Asheville, heavy snow 25 over 23. Getting that heavy snow as well. Here's some of those obs. You've got sleet. That's the triangle there in Charlotte. Heavy snow up into Asheville, 4-star snow. Across western North Carolina, sleet, freezing rain, ice storm happening right in that area as well. It is raining. Yeah, we got sleet and freezing rain. If something annoys you like these wipers, it's a good opportunity to kind of use it to try to get over that annoyance on your own and to try to improve your mental health, just to kind of hear and listen to the windshield wipers. And normally that might be an annoying sound, but if you kind of trick your brain into not being annoyed by it and kind of realize that a lot of that is just internal noise, then it's easier to kind of get over things, you know, yourself, instead of demanding things to be changed or whatnot. That's kind of what I'm doing when I try to do when I'm annoyed by a noise or a sound or something. Try to use it as an opportunity to not be as bothered by things. Just toughen up a little bit. There's somebody on foot up there on the right side of the road. What the hell? Look at that. Somebody walking on I-85. Wow. Alright, let's walk into the gas station. Gloves. Yeah, it's pure sleet pellets now here in Spartanburg. Sleet being reported all the way up into Charlotte. I thought these looked more like sleet soundings as we were watching. Look at it, you can see that person just sliding. Yeah, no, I know, can be a little bit frustrating when winter weather like this arrives in your location and you get some power outages. I would ask them to interview, but people usually just get upset. So I don't like to ask people to get interviewed. They'll a lot of times say no and try to kick my ass. So it's just best to leave them be. Nobody really wants to be interviewed, that's for sure. Looks like that range, that precipitation shadow is trying to happen too, just in eastern Tennessee, just on the other side of the Appalachians. It's possible this light, oh there it goes, now it's starting to change. The drone footage looked pretty crazy. It definitely looked like an ice storm from above. I'm going to try to head back toward the mountains there near Pretty Place, North Carolina, South Carolina border. Head a little bit further north and get into some of that snow. Temperature right now is 26 degrees, Dominator 4 thermometer. Thank you, Kim Twister. Mainly a raw highlight of storm chasing. Much appreciated. Thank you for those super chats as well. May shoot a quick ASLab up here. Just a quick update. I am in Spartanburg, South Carolina, right along I-85 and the I-26 intersection. Roads are very slippery out here. Freezing rain, sleet mix. We're starting to get a little bit of a decrease in the precipitation intensity as that warm advection max is lifting off to the northeast. But I am noticing some banded precipitation approaching from the west as that clear slot is starting to fill in. So I'm going to head back toward Traveler's Rest and then north up toward Pretty Place, that higher terrain, and start making some snowfall measurements up near the mountains of North Carolina. And also on the lookout for some accidents here on I-85. I-85, I-26, Spartanburg, sleet, freezing rain mix, temperature at the surface 26 degrees here on Dominator 4. Never stop chasing. Seeing some minor fluctuations between about 26 and 28 degrees here between Greenville and the Spartanburg area. So temperatures well entrenched below freezing. Seems to continue that way as warm advection continues just above the ground of that conveyor belt. Winds are definitely increasing. My mom back in Traveler's Rest says that it just changed over to sleet over there. So I think that warm advection continues just ahead of that upper level low. A lot of sand and salt on the roads back there. Yeah, it's possible that we just can't see the lightning either. guys are just joining me, this is ice storm coverage. I'm on I-85 near the Spartanburg area, heading back toward Greenville, South Carolina. Snow continues in the mountains of western North Carolina up there, some of that higher terrain, getting some decent snowfall rates still. It looks like the precipitation is starting to fill in that clear slot ahead of the upper level low, and that upper level low is just going to meander across upstate South Carolina, upstate North Carolina, and it should change things back over to snow once that warm nose pushes off to the east. But right now, we've got warm advection just above the ground. Temperature at Dominator 4, 26 degrees here, upstate South Carolina. Get off here on exit 68 near Greer, head toward the northwest. I-85 definitely slippery and a bit ice covered. Speed, I'm going at 34 miles an hour right now. Heavier snow on the right. Get on the 129. Ice truck. Salt truck. Yeah, I'm on the frontage road right now along I-85 near Greer, South Carolina. Yeah, some of those Renegades are tornado warned once again as that line is beginning to catch up to the Renegades. Naples as well. It's like Naples up toward Ave Maria. Those are all tornado warnings. Golden Gate. That one just to the south of Ave Maria is the most dangerous right now. There you can see that storm just south of Ave Maria, back toward the Naples area. Cluster of renegades as that line is catching up to those renegades. Southwestern Florida, numerous tornado warnings that are in effect. Not seeing a ton of strong rotation though on radar, but there is definitely potential for a tornado or two within that zone. South of Bonita Springs. It's like the strongest rotation is that lead storm just to the south of Ave Maria. Pretty strong rotation. 29. About 10 miles east of Greer. It's in a bit of a radar hole there, but I am seeing a water spout just off Everglades City right now. Look at that strong rotation just to the west of Everglades City, out over the open Gulf of Mexico. That's a water spout right there. There you can see that spook just offshore of Everglades City, south of Marco Island. Strong rotation out over the open Gulf of Mexico. That storm is heading toward Everglades City. So Everglades City, probably want to start to get in your safe place as there's that water spout just offshore, Renegade Supercell. There's that Renegade Supercell just south of Everglades City, moving off to the northeast. There it is, Renegade Supercell moving off to the northeast toward Everglades City. Likely water spout in progress over the open Gulf of Mexico. Struggling. Already a safety person trying to get him out of the road. I can help him out. Nope, I'll probably push. Got it. They got it. Oh no, it's just somebody stuck spinning their tires on the uphill. Bald tires. Bunch of people pushing them, stopping in the middle of the road. Some branches down here. Yeah, it looks like more snow up in this higher terrain here as that conveyor belt moved in. A lot more snow versus the freezing rain and sleet. Still monitoring those tornado warnings in the southwestern portion of Florida, near Naples. We'll restart this stream. This is a live update across upstate South Carolina as the ice storm continues. It's like we're starting to change over to pure freezing rain here. Lighter precipitation, but it is definitely shifting over to those super cool water droplets that are coming down. .4 miles, and I'll be back on 29 up here. And I may head north into the Carolina mountains and sample some of that snow across the higher terrain. This area here got about 4 or 5 inches of snow, then changed on over. Should have freezing rain and sleet. Road conditions very slick out here. Rain accumulating on the windshield wipers also. Yeah, I'm in upstate South Carolina right now, working the ice storm. Tornado warnings down into the southwestern portion of the state. Looks like not as much in the way of strong rotation now, but I'm watching that Renegade to the southwest of Everglades City. That storm is going to be a concern. Pretty strong rotation on that one. The ones with the active tornado warnings up near Naples and Marco Island, I'm not as concerned about those right now. So it's that Renegade down to the southwest of Everglades City that I do have a concern about. And then you got that cluster of tornado warning storms further north as well, up near Naples, Marco Island. Rotation not as strong on those, but the rotation is strongest on that Everglades City storm right now. Coming up on Highway 29. Yeah, this is more about the ice here. The snow fell first and then the ice came down. It's not as much about just the bulk amount of snow all the time, but every weather event is different. Every precipitation type is different. Sometimes when you get snow in areas that aren't accustomed to snow, it can be bad. Canada, you may think that you get more snow in Canada than the US because it's colder, but actually cold air doesn't hold as much moisture as slightly warmer air, so you actually get a lot more snowfall in the United States than up in Canada. You get a lot more of the dry, cold air masses up bitter cold across central Canada. Mountain regions will still get a lot. But that's kind of one of the biggest myths out there, is that because it's colder in Canada, you get more snow. It's just not the case. Yeah, South Carolina gets all kinds of crazy weather. You get the tornadoes as well along the coastal regions, hurricanes. You can get these ice storms. You can get crippling ice storms across the central portion of the state. Well, anywhere across the state. Back to 29, Greenville Highway. Now this road has some serious ice on it. Look at that. All tornado warnings have now been canceled, and now it's all severe once again. Severe thunderstorm warnings. That Renegade isn't looking as organized either. That Renegade to the southwest of Everglades City. Palm tree in the snow right there. Wow. These hills are where people really struggle down here. Getting up some of these hills. South Carolina, these mountains here in the Piedmont. Way to Hampton Boulevard, northbound. Still windy as well. Winds are increasing. Going like 20 miles an hour. If I slow down anymore, I'm going to be stationary. But it is solid ice. I can hammer on the brakes and I'll slide a little bit. Slide quite a bit. Yeah, Paris Mountain is right off to the right as I'm heading northbound. Precipitation starting to fill back in here from west to east. Another band of some heavier precipitation. Looks like some slantwise convective instability in between that upper low, east and upper low, west of this warm advection axis. All those tornado warnings have been allowed to expire, replaced by severe thunderstorm warnings. Like a little scissor-tailed flycatcher that just went by the screen. Yeah, there were a lot of tornado warnings. We've had numerous tornado warnings through the Florida Peninsula through this event. Notice how the sky is starting to brighten up a bit. That's as we're starting to get that dry slot that's starting to nose in overhead. Yeah, another band. It even looks convective in nature here as this band is starting to approach the Greenville, South Carolina area. Look at that little band. Skies are starting to clear up as we're starting to get a little subtle elevated mix layer starting to pivot overhead. There you can see that clear slot elevated mix layer coming overhead. Looks almost convective in nature. A little skinny squall line about to impact upstate South Carolina. That's my location in the Greenville area right now. It is definitely pure freezing rain and sleet. So definitely a pure ice storm here, Greenville area. Expecting a little skinny squall line to pivot through here as well. Come on. Just past this area. Yeah, a lot of snow in the roads. There's no plows down here in the southern U.S. What? What tarnation? And then as this upper level low rotates through, moves from west to east, I do expect eventually this sleet, freezing rain to change over to some snow. There's a few plows, but they stick to the main interstates. But just not as many plows. It's not like in Michigan or snow belts up there of Ohio and New York. I'm going to need to shoot another ads live here for Accu. And also edit my drone video into this thing. Yeah, I've got my bumper held on, secured by flex tape, and it is holding on through this ice storm, through this warm conveyor belt. Winds gusting 40 to 50 miles an hour above the ground. Down at the surface, not as strong, but we've had some gusty winds that have contributed to some power outages here across upstate South Carolina. More of a snow, sleet, freezing rain mixture up here in the winter storm warning. Running on the left side of the road up here. Jogger, committed jogger right there. Yeah, this Jeep must have some bald tires. Just because you have four-wheel drive doesn't mean that it's automatic that you're going to be able to dominate these winter conditions either. A lot of times it's quite the opposite. When you have four-wheel drive and bald tires, you think that you can dominate the conditions, and you come out here and slide all over the place, cause traffic jams, get caught on the uphill areas, barely can make it up the hills. 10:30 Eastern time, 10:30 in the morning now. Pull in here really quick and rip another ASLive. I'm gonna do some donuts as well. As I'm done shooting this. Donuts. Yeah, they hit each other too. The Jeeps just hit each other a little bit ago. Shipping these as lives to AccuWeather as well. That was fun. Wow, tornado went through Fort Myers. Looking at it right now. Definitely a tornado. Fort Myers, big power flashes. Moving through the Fort Myers area, tornadoes. A few hours ago, but after sunrise. Looking at it right here. I'm watching it on Twitter. Definite tornado that happened. Moving through parts of the Fort Myers area. Wow. Yeah, look at Dylan Federico. His page. He's a meteorologist out of Fort Myers. That is definitely a tornado down there. Tropical connection to this thing. Definite tornado. Wow. I'll post it here on my Facebook. Post a link. Definite tornado there in the Fort Myers area. The video was posted a couple hours ago, but it was as that conveyor belt was moving through that squall line. Even a couple of renegades out ahead of that line, embedded supercell storms. This one looks, based on the video, like it might have been embedded within that convective line a bit more, but I just posted that video on Facebook if you'd like to check it out. So we are getting a little bit of a dry slot here that's pushing in across upstate South Carolina. Temperature 28 degrees has come up a little bit. Hear that squeak? That's the belts, those belts slipping on Dominator 4. That is my transmission that's starting to have some issues. What a storm down near Fort Myers today. Holy cow. So some of this convection is now starting to come in. Almost looks like slantwise convective instability. You can see those bands that are kind of filling in the clear slot there off to the west, upstate North Carolina, back into northeastern Georgia. That's what's going to be moving in here, and it's mainly going to be that ice. Well, you can see all these little bands, slantwise convective instability here. Basically, if you displace a parcel on a slantwise surface, not perfectly vertical, but to basically lift it up on a slantwise diagonal surface, then you start to get these little bands that develop. CSI, convective slantwise instability there, and that should contribute to some freezing rain and sleet as we go through the afternoon, and then eventually that cold air filters in aloft, and then we'll get more of a changeover to snow as that upper low pivots through. Oh. This guy just running. Enjoying the snow. Like a runner. Trying to prove to himself that he is tough. Yeah, a lot of times these coastal systems will have squall lines and severe weather down in the warm sector over the open Florida Peninsula down there. Exactly what's happening. Heavier snow continues across western North Carolina, Boone to Hickory, mainly east of Asheville now. Asheville, you're starting to get into this clear slot regime a bit. Very icy roads throughout. So I'm in Greer, South Carolina now. I am in Greer, South Carolina right now, and we're starting to get some of those convective elements starting to overspread the area here. Maybe a subtle elevated mix layer starting to overspread this moisture ahead of that upper level low. But I was just... Uh-oh. We'll go with the Tampa Bay Bucks coming up in this game here. A little bit of wind. Hey Ryan, right now I'm in Greer, South Carolina. About to head back toward Traveler's Rest. I'm going to take Gizmo out to go to the bathroom there, and then I'm going to head north. But it does look like we're starting to get some of this slant-wise convective instability ahead of that upper level low. So more precipitation moving in, sleet, freezing rain, smaller particle size, smaller droplet sizes out here. But I think we're going to get wave after wave of those CSI bands moving in here now. Crazy video of that tornado down near Fort Myers, right? A couple hours ago. That sounds good, Ryan. We're definitely getting an increase in the precipitation rates up here too, and we are mixing in more droplets. The temperature has increased a little bit at the surface to 29 degrees, but we are starting to get more of those super cool droplets coming down. So I'm definitely seeing freezing rain mixing in with these sleet pellets as I am heading towards the Greer, South Carolina area, and then up north toward Traveler's Rest. So the ice storm continues out here. Roads incredibly slippery, solid sheet of ice now, especially with those vehicles starting to compact some of the wet snow that fell overnight, and in combination with the freezing rain, super cool water droplets coming down. So definitely an impactful ice storm happening here in upstate South Carolina. The windshield wipers are accumulating a bit of ice. So I am starting to get that layer of freezing rain that's accumulating on the windshield wipers. That's why they kind of make that noise as they run every now and then. Yeah, so far this morning, southwestern Florida, quite a tornado outbreak there. And now we got band after band pivoting in ahead of that little elevated mixed layer. Slant-wise convective instability coming in. That's going to bring in more sleet, more freezing rain, more ice. Pretty bad out here. I'm going to take a right on Reed School Road next. Temperature 28. Now we are definitely meandering. You can see these hills up here in upstate South Carolina. Thanks for tuning in. Live update here. Numerous tornadoes have been reported in Fort Myers down near the Naples area so far this morning along that squall line. Basically feeding this conveyor belt of moisture and heat and that warm nose coming up here into upstate South Carolina. Getting sleet now here in Greer, South Carolina. Pure sleet. Getting that pure sleet here in South Carolina, upstate North Greenville. Wave after wave of these CSI bands, warm advection bands. They're so ahead of that upper level low that is going to pivot right over this region. That cold upper low is going to move right over upstate South Carolina. The wind is starting to subside now that warm conveyor belt and that low-level jet is starting to push off to the east. There you can see some little branches down back there. I'm now on Reed School Road. Flagger ahead, hopefully we're not having to work in this ice storm over here. There's somebody in the ditch. rear-wheel drive vehicle. Rear-wheel drive is not ideal for these ice storm conditions and snowstorms and bald tires. You'll just sit there and spin your tires. It says there's a traffic problem up here. We'll just have to see. I'm not seeing it. That car looks like they're in the ditch. Off to the left. Dominating, 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 dominating. And we do have some pedestrians in the middle of the road just ahead of me. Pretty incredible look at that tornado in the Fort Myers and the Naples area. Wow. Let's go to get some supplies, it appears. Probably should have dropped down toward southwestern Florida maybe last night. Just blasted down there and chased that squall line before it comes in. Kind of the angle at which that squall line is approaching the southwestern Florida peninsula almost favors the elongation of those photographs from the surface friction approaching southwestern Florida. Classic case. Yeah, those Camaros will struggle in the snow out here for sure. A lot of more people on foot going to the gas station to get some supplies back there. Had that period of heavy wet snow about 4 inches earlier, followed by a period of freezing rain and sleet. Still a tornado warning, southwestern Florida over the Everglades. With that convective line, looks like that's a pretty dangerous storm too. But it is south of Naples. Everglades City, that was that renegade storm that we've been tracking for the longest time. That renegade does appear to have tornado potential. Everglades City, you need to be in your safe place. There it is, Everglades City. Tornadic storm coming into the southwestern portion of the Florida Peninsula. This is that renegade that we've been tracking over the open Gulf of Mexico. It has now approached the southwestern Florida Peninsula. And it looks like it is a tornado on the ground, tornado in progress. Right near Everglades City, there you can see that tornado. Strong cup just went through Everglades City. Look at that, strong rotation just to the northeast side of Everglades City. That is a tornado right there. Just tell by the way it looks. Northeast side of Everglades City, big problems right there, tornado in progress. Taking a look at the correlation coefficient. I'm not seeing any correlation drop there on the northeast side of Everglades City. But that is that renegade supercell that was out over the open Gulf of Mexico. Just made landfall there, southwest side of the Florida Peninsula. Donut hole, bound and weak echo region there. Tree down maybe from an earlier storm, not from this one. Wow, that renegade just northeast of Everglades City. Now it's moving out over the Everglades. Is that Interstate 5? What is that doing there? West to east across the interstate. South of that interstate right now. Definitely still getting that ice accumulating on the windshield wipers. Tornado to the northeast of Everglades City. I don't think it's lofting that much debris because it's over the open swamp out there to the northeast of Everglades City, but man, definite tornado. Just northeast of Plantation Island, Everglades City, southwest Florida. There you can see that couplet, just to the northeast of Everglades City.
Go past the stop sign, then at the next one, take a slight right turn.
Wow, that is strong rotation to the northeast of Everglades City. Big problems right there. Strong couplet. Yeah, right. I'm watching that likely tornado moving out over the Everglades, just northeast of Everglades City there. Looks like that tornado threat continues in South Florida, even though I do have a raging ice storm up here in upstate South Carolina. Watching that renegade moving out over the swamp. Looks like this car in front of me is struggling on this hill. Here we go. Yeah, this is State Park Road between Greenville and Travelers Rest. So maybe the south side of Travelers Rest. It looked like he was just flipping out a little bit on that hill. Definitely icy out here, but I've got some pretty good snow tires. Good tread on the Dominator 4. Yeah, those little trees that were leaning down to the ground, that is from the weight of the ice and the snow. I have seen a couple small branches down. Earlier tree down looked like it was from an earlier storm. But the wind has subsided a little bit up here in upstate South Carolina. But I imagine it's still cranking just above some of these hills and above the influence of the friction of the earth. But definitely really slippery out here on State Park Road. Never stop chasing. You can definitely see how some of these roads just aren't really equipped for the snow and the ice. 27 degrees here coming into Traveler's Rest. A lot of these kind of golf cart looking vehicles too that keep coming by. And it looks like that tornado is out over the open Everglades now to the south of Interstate 5. There is that couplet, likely tornado over the swamps. There's that couplet. And it is just ahead of that bow. You can see that little surge there in the outflow. Once again, almost helping to enhance the low-level shear out ahead of it. Probably a bit of a mesoscale low-level jet out ahead of that bulging boundary. And that Renegade is definitely pivoting across the terrain. Low-level shear aided by the friction of the earth, increasing that speed shear a little bit, increasing the backing out ahead of it. Looking at the radar in upstate South Carolina. Those are limbs down, guys, right there. Definitely some limbs. Looks like we're starting to get the influence of a lot of this slant-wise convective instability now moving into upstate South Carolina. See those bands? Some limbs down. There you can see that CSI, slant-wise convective instability. Big southerly, some gravity waves coming in there. Banded convection. Yeah, more snow as I'm heading off to the north. Pushing 6 inches up here in Traveler's Rest. Head into downtown Traveler's Rest, shoot a little bit more drone footage. (11:11) Eastern Time. Man, you can really see the decreased visibility enveloping Paris Mountain out to the north. This is the same road that I embarked. It was heavy, wet snow when it first started to fall. Beautiful snow falling from the sky. Probably getting in excess of a foot. Some of the higher terrain in western. Heavy snow up there. Is it buffering? Probably running into some signal issues up here, working this ice storm. No, restaurants are not open out here. That is for sure. that snow is spreading into southwestern Virginia now. West Virginia, southern West Virginia starting to get in on the action. Conveyor belt shifting northward. Yeah. Greensboro, you're getting in on the action. It's like that's a sleet. It's like some of those aggregates are starting to get some liquid water on those snowflakes, making them to appear as larger scatterers. Definitely more snow here than that freezing rain and sleet further north up near Traveler's Rest. Pretty good snowfall up here. Everglades City, pretty dangerous. Tornado event there, southwestern Florida. Still that tornado warning, big severe thunderstorm warning too. South of Lake Okeechobee, down through the open. Wow. There's that Renegade moving out over the Everglades, just northeast of Everglades City. South of the interstate, I think it's I-5 that goes across South Florida there. Sorry if it's not, but there you can see that Renegade. Bulging little bow echo right behind it trying to approach. Utility trucks. This is a little bit closer to my mom's house where we're starting to shift more toward this freezing mist. Temperature 27 degrees at the surface. Definitely shifting toward more of this freezing mist type of a scenario here. I'm gonna go get the bird in the air out near downtown Traveler's Rest. Start working 29 up here. There is definitely some wind. Look at that wind whipping off that meadow there. So occasionally you do get some wind, especially with these bands moving through. That convection will mix down some of those stronger winds down to the surface. I'm on State Park Road here, Traveler's Rest. Some limbs down. This is the area that I came through pre-sunrise when that heavy wet snow was falling. Now we're shifting over toward more of a freezing mist here across upstate South Carolina. And then we're gonna finish this thing off with another band of snow. We dropped down toward the Greenville area. We were mixing in with some freezing rain and sleet. This area here does get a lot of this snowfall. Seems like it'll overperform just in this little localized area right on the north side of Paris Mountain. Wow, what an outbreak of waterspouts and tornadoes there, Southwest Florida. I'm looking at all kinds of videos, an insane video from Fort Myers. Damn, what a tornado. Looks like it caused quite a bit of damage as well. I'm gonna try to get the bird in the air up here. Show some of the scenes here of Traveler's Rest. You can see slightly brighter skies, definitely indicative of that dry slot coming in overhead. Pulling a Burger King here, and I can work this slope. Burger King's gotta be closed. I'm gonna get the bird in the air. See what I can see. Damn, incredible water spot. I wish I could show it to you on this live stream, but I might get some problems. It's a large tornado, large cone down there. Very well defined. I'll share it on my Facebook. Just posted it to you guys. Pretty insane tornado just off the Isle of Capri off southwestern Florida. Was just watching it. Quite a few tornadoes, numerous tornado warnings. Definitely a damaging tornado that happened in Fort Myers, Florida earlier. Some crazy up close video from that tornado as well. Dang, that is insane. Streaming live here on the Metabook. No, Florida tornadoes are not different than any other tornadoes just because of those state lines that are in place. Same tornadoes, but it was that low-level jet that came in across western Florida Peninsula. We were watching it last night on my live stream provided for Facebook supporters last night, our live Q&A. We were looking at some of those models, the invasion of that surface-based instability over the western Florida Peninsula. We thought that it looked like the best case for tornadoes was over the Florida Big Bend region for a better chance of that southerly low-level jet to transport that surface-based instability over the open, off the open Gulf and over the Florida Panhandle. But definitely the 3-kilometer NAM had the best handle on that moisture feed off of the warm loop current of the eastern Gulf of Mexico. 70s dew points were sitting down there over the loop current, energizing this system, creating the tornadoes across the warm sector. More tornado warnings. West of Belglade, Pahokee, you're in that tornado warning right now. Belglade and the Pahokee area, tornado warning there. Also, still this one over the Everglades. Strong rotation on that storm. Boom, that's a tornado. And it is approaching the interstate. It's approaching that interstate right now. There it is. That's a tornado. Looks like that tornado just weakened now on approach to I-55. Just northeast of Lake Harbor. Pretty strong rotation, some storm relative inflow coming in there. That's going to pass toward the Pahokee area, Canal Point. Big area of storm relative inflow on that. Just northeast side of Lake Harbor, northwest of Belglade. This one has weakened a bit, but there's probably still a tornado right on that northeast side. There's the interstate across South Florida. Multiple tornado warnings. This thing had a big tornado on the ground, or on the water when it was coming on ashore there near Isle of Capri. Up here where I'm located, the ice storm continues, and the big wind just above the ground. And each of these little convective bands, these little slantwise convective bands that are pushing into the area, are only going to bring more ice. One after another, those bands coming through. And you can see it falling on my hood right now. Each of these little bands coming through here, one after another, contributing to this ice storm across upstate South Carolina. One after another. Warm conveyor belt pumping up through Charlotte, up into western North Carolina. Look at this band. Definitely organizing there. I'm going to get the bird in the air. Even some sun in between these little bands as they move through ahead of that upper level low. Interesting. Everybody should get the bird in the air here. Oh yeah, that plateau southeast of Nashville getting ripped right now. Let's go check out that hill. Down near Furman University, it looks like I found some problems. So I'm going to head down toward that location really quick here. Let's go see what's happening down there. Look at the sun in the skies. The clearing in between these bands is incredible. Car in the ditch. I wonder why it wants me to go around this road up here. People might be blocking it. We'll see. Construction. I think it's solid ice. Waffle House is open for business. Sunny skies coming out here. Car in the ditch on the right. Woo! Oh my God! Brakes in the clouds! Wow! Wow! I'm gonna get some footage, some drone shots here from this gas station. We are solid ice. This guy's sleeping in his car. Man. See, I'm gonna get the bird in the air, document some of these conditions. Restart this stream. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm live from Travelers Rest, South Carolina, where the ice storm continues. We've got this band after band of even convective precipitation surrounded by little breaks in the clouds, as we're likely getting a little subtle elevated mix layer out ahead of that upper level low that's spinning off to the west. But the clear slot is filling in gradually. It's filling in with precipitation with these bands of sleet, freezing rain that are moving through. I'm live in Travelers Rest right now. I've been watching some of these tornadoes that have been playing out today across South Florida, hitting locations like Fort Myers, down toward Naples, had a couple of renegades, confirmed a tornado that did quite a bit of damage in the Fort Myers area as well. And now I'm tracking that storm near Everglades City. Still active tornado warnings, 2 tornado warnings across South Florida. Look at that one approaching the interstate, as well as off to the north of Belglade, Pahokee area, Pahokee Canal Point. You want to be in your safe place. That's your rotation approaching the Pahokee area. Off to the southwest, we've got this one that's approaching I-5, trying to shed a vortex off to the north. This is in South Florida as well. This is off the Isle of Capri, where it produced a pretty large tornado earlier on approach to Everglades City. This is also that storm, that renegade supercell that was over the open Gulf of Mexico that we were watching so very closely. And this squall line is pumping moisture all the way northward, a conveyor belt, dumping ice and big snow across the mountains of western North Carolina. Big ice as well across upstate South Carolina. And look at the velocity signature of these bands. Figured that might have been slantwise convective instability. Basically, if you lift a parcel up from the surface along a slantwise trajectory, it can be still convectively unstable, even though it's not convectively unstable with a vertical displacement. There you can see those bands, one after another, moving from south to north through this area with that strong southerly low-level jet. I'm going to launch the bird. See how well this thing will fly. Getting windy fast. I'm going to probably be able to fly in these conditions. But I am working on it. Travelers Rest, South Carolina, and I am about to deploy the bird. It is windy, probably going to lose the drone. Come on. Come on. Here we go. Trying to fly the drone up into that wind. Very strong easterlies. All right, landing the bird. Successful flight. Getting windier again. Whew. Yep, still the 2 tornado warnings in effect across southern Florida. Very close to the interstate now. There's Interstate 5, Florida. That is over the Everglades to the west of Fort Lauderdale. There's some cars. Oh, I'll share the drone footage online. Pretty crazy. It is very windy out here now. The wind seems to be increasing as we are definitely getting this sleet coming down. Wind bags moving in right now, one after another. Yeah. Got here. I'm in Traveler's Rest and I'm about to sample 25 and 276 here again. We're getting bands of sun. We did get a dry slot that came in behind that initial convection. My sister was a little bit worried about this dry slot. She's a snow lover, a big lover of extreme weather. Lab along 25 here for AccuQuick. Quick, 1 second. Never stop chasing. Oh yeah, I've done donuts. Been ripping donuts. I'll turn down the wipers for you. Seems like conditions are deteriorating out here. Yep. Yeah, I was just out there sampling some of those winds. The winds continue to increase out here as we have band after band of this convective sleet and freezing rain that's coming in. I'm right along the Highway 25 and 276 intersection. This is an area that's notorious too for motorists getting stuck on the ice as well. And so I'm just watching this area where you head uphill on 25 into Traveler's Rest. Winds increasing. Power outage threat definitely increasing as well. Oh yeah, people are still out here trying to head up that hill up into Traveler's Rest. I'm about to upload this thing. Oh yeah, that's freezing rain. Droplets coming in. Windy conditions. It's getting more windy. Clear slot, filling in. Dry slot, clear slot. Filling in. Sleet pellets, freezing rain, droplets. Set. More sunshine! Fantastic, this sunshine that's coming in here. Incredible. Look at that. Look at that sunshine up there as the sun is poking through that mid-level clear slot ahead of the upper level low. Wow. Would you end up with nothing to the north of Nashville?
I just got a quick peek
Yeah, Ryan, that is sun coming through here in between these convective bands of sleet and freezing rain. I think we're right beneath that dry slot that's ahead of the upper level low, and it's filled in with these different bands of convective sleet, basically like slantwise convective instability. But with every single one of these passing bands of sleet and freezing rain, the wind really ramps up. Gusts 40 to 50 miles an hour mixed down by kind of the convective nature of these little bands. So I imagine that with every single one of these wind gusts, more and more people are probably losing power. Go sample it a little. I'm headed southbound here now on Highway 25, headed kind of in the direction of the Furman University area too. So there's some hills a little bit further south here on 25 and 276 that a lot of times people will get stuck on. So I'm going to go check it out. Wow, I believe it. It is nasty out here. Seems like the temperature's holding steady at about 28, but definitely is getting a lot more windy with time with each of these little convective bands that are moving through. And just incredible to see the sun in between them. You can almost feel the convective instability out here. It almost feels a little bit like a lake effect event, seeing that sun, and then the visibility drops. The wind picks up with each one of those bands that move through. Headed a little bit closer to North Greenville now. Look at that road surface. I mean, that is just solid ice. It's like those tornado warnings, for the most part, have been replaced by severe thunderstorm warnings across South Florida. Man, I need my shades. Sun keeps coming out here in between each one of these bands. There's some of that sun. Yeah, power looks like, no, that's a red light. Not the red light, might have been out. Interesting, this sun that comes in between. Definitely that clear slot. Big wind coming in. 100,000 people without power, and Brian says it is increasing at a rate of about 10,000 every few minutes. Each one of these wind gusts that passes through, probably more people are losing. Oh, we got a tree down, everybody. We got a tree down. Right at Furman Golf Course. like people on foot up here. We got people on foot. We got ourselves a convoy on the left headed northbound. Pretty heavy wet snow down here near Furman. Upload another one. Tree down here as well. Another tree down. Another tree down on Furman Golf Course. Trying to turn in here. Come on. Come on. We're up. We did it. We did it. Wow. More trees down up here. Wind is increasing. Seeing some of this tree damage. Yeah, under Furman University, a lot of tree and branch damage up here. This is out near Furman Golf Course as well. Not surprised that there's a lot of these power outages out here. People to move by. I might even shoot an ass line in front of this quickly for AccuWeather. As far as I've been able to make it, yeah, it's doing pretty good. I think so. I didn't make it that far. I turned around. Okay. I think you'll be good with your Subaru. Oh. Hey!
I know you're live, so I didn't want to
Oh, that's okay.
I just wanted to meet you. Like,
Hey.
I'm a big Chiefs
How's
fan,
it going,
man. It's
guys?
so awesome, man.
How are you
That's when we
doing?
come by, I was like, that's
You're on
me. That's
out.
what we've been following. I was like, I got it because you were sitting up at the BP station.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man, we got to get closer. We were coming, man. There's so much traffic.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, that is awesome, man. We've been like watching you forever, man. Like, when you was on the TV and all that stuff and following you on Facebook. Dude, it's so awesome. I posted on Facebook because, like, if anybody sees him park, please tell me. I'm trying to find him. So I was trying. I didn't know how long the lag was on the feed and stuff.
Yeah,
So
no, I got it running in real time, so there might be a little bit of a lag.
that is awesome.
Tornadoes down before,
Yeah, I was
right?
watching that. Yeah, I was trying to watch. Well, I was trying to watch that when she was watching it in her drive. Man, that's wild.
That tree's coming down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, do this every week.
Of course.
Awesome.
Trying to get in front
Awesome.
of the Dominator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll get in it. I'm good. That is awesome, man. So how much difference is it driving around in this all the time and all the like the big crazy stuff you used to be in?
It's not that much different. I still storm chase the same, and I still try to drive into it.
Right.
Natural, but you know, you're a little more exposed to the elements and something like this. It's easier to drive. The Dominator was pretty tough to drive, so.
That's awesome. Hey, man, you made my day, brother. You made my day. Thanks,
All
man.
right. Nice to meet you.
Hang on, can I do a quick little video?
Of course.
Okay. What's up, guys? I am here with the man himself, Reed Timmer. We got the Dominator over here by Furman, looking out for all the storm.
Tree down right here. That's not Furman Golf Course.
That's right. Dude, hey, you know it's cool and crazy when Reed's here, so hey, it's awesome. Y'all have a good one, guys.
Never stop chasing.
Oh, shit, let me do that again. I gotta do it again. I gotta do it again. Hold on. Alright, yeah, we're Reed Timmer, guys, like the man himself. Storm chasing legend. This is how cool is this. Out here by Furman, he's in the Dominator.
Got down trees just off Furman Golf Course. Big wind coming in, band after band, expected sleep.
Hey, Reed, thanks so much for stopping and talking with us, brother.
Never stop chasing.
man. That was, I love it. Have a good one, dude.
See you guys. Yeah, lots of trees down here throughout the golf course. Big trees. Big trees down here on Furman Golf Course.
Reed, I think I missed it. Did you move that tree or did you turn it in?
I just pulled in front of the tree. There's a vehicle that's stuck right next to the tree. I tried to push the vehicle through, and now they're right even with that tree and about to get pulled out. But looking here all along Furman Golf Course, very large trees are down. Some of these big loblolly pines and even some of the deciduous trees are definitely coming down as the wind's starting to ramp up. So beneath this clear slot, even though the precipitation is a little bit lighter and more showery, it is more convective, but it is also mixing down those stronger winds. So the winds are ramping up out here big time. So definitely seems to be getting worse across the upstate, even though the precipitation is a little bit less. The winds continue to crank. Check out this tree here on 29, right on the south side of Travelers Rest. Pretty large tree that's down. A lot of trees down throughout the area. These are those 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts we've been talking about. Might try to get the bird in the air again. truck. Our convoy. Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good, how are you?
Good. Is that your car? Oh. crazy tornado there in Fort Myers. Oh my gosh. Tornado hit a mobile home park. I'm looking at Jeff Petrowski has just reshared that video. I got permission to use it. Wow, does not look good down there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna head out of here real quick and then edit some of this drone video, and then I'll be back out for when the upper level low pivots overhead. Pretty sure that most of this wind came with that little squall line deal. A lot of it was when I had the drone in the air too. We're gonna try to get the bird in the air in this neighborhood. See if I can find any more of these downed trees. Try to get the bird in the air. Let's see if I can find some of these down trees. why those power trucks are just sitting over there at that line. See these trees down? Trees have been coming down. This is along Highway 25 and 276. Right there you can see those power companies along the power lines that right along Row Ford Road, Highway 25. A lot of these trucks are just focused right along Freeman Golf Course here. Bumper slapping up there. Hopping around a lot due to this ice. It's getting kind of chunky underneath. Definitely getting chunky. Big chunky ice. We are dominating right now, big time. It is getting more and more windy out though. More trees are coming down, branches coming down across town. It's very windy as well in the mountains of western North Carolina. You can start to see the freezing rain dripping off that sign. That sign that heads up toward Marietta. Winds continue to increase. said. It's only 26 miles off to the north. I'm going to go sample that next. Taking the bend here over to the 276 into downtown TR, Traveler's Rest. Sorry guys, shaking all over the place. Right down here next to that driving range. Wet snow, bigger wind out near Furman Golf Course, more trees that are down near Furman. Still some freezing rain coming in. This ice storm is not over. Power outages are the big issue now. It's like Furman driving range has a generator at least. Or a Traveler's Rest, a driving range. Those are droplets of rain falling. Big droplets of rain. There's got to be an even bigger warm nose up above the ground that's causing that. This is some pretty heavy freezing rain now coming through in bands. Yeah, freezing rain. Not as windy here. The big winds were down near Furman Golf Course. Not as bad right here. So I wonder if that's funneling along the north side of Paris Mountain and it's causing a lot of those trees to be down. Coming down pretty good here. Looks like a truck that is stopped. Oh, they're towing them out. Some problems over here though. Vehicles that are stuck. Heavy sleet. Chaos happening. Oh, they're out. Blowing them with the drone just in case. Running into some problems again. chains aren't great, probably, for, you can get chains on and stuff. It's just better to have a good traction snow tire. All right, everybody, I'm going to take a little bit of a break here. I'm going to edit this drone footage, and then I'll be back live as the upper level low swings through. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. Never stop chasing. Look at that sheet of ice on this road, State Park Road. Big problems out here. Yeah, I probably should have chased Southern Florida. Alright guys, I will be back live a little bit later on. Never stop chasing.